Okay, now maybe we're working. Fixed, I think. Are we live now? Are we actually live? Are we doing it? Not doing it? Are we not doing it? That is the question. Are we not doing it? Pop out chat. Let's fix this. Let's see here. Oh, I have a viewer. Okay, so I am live. Cool. What's up, man? Yeah, it's working. I feel like Anakin Skywalker. It's working. Hell yeah, the background is where I belong. Okay. What's up, Ben XDC? I am just setting up the stream. I have not gone live in years. I've been camera off recording weekly, but there's quite a bit of setup to actually get this thing to work live. And right now, what I'm trying to do here is integrate the chat into my stream, because right now I have a window in a window, which is not correct. Let's remove that. And let's add YouTube chat back. YouTube chat. And then it's this one maybe? Yeah. My eyes are bad. There we go, I think. Does that appear to work? Okay, what's up? What's up? Yeah, I'm just setting up the chat because I have not done this in quite some time. Is this on my normal YouTube channel before I link it to people on various social medias? Okay, Ben XCC, that's great. How's my volume, by the way? I obviously have some like post-processing stuff I do on my recordings. So I want to make sure that my actual volume here is reasonable. Just right for you? Perfect. Okay, let's see here. So are we live in a normal way? Yes, I am. Great. So share this, copy. Let's go into the Twitter. Now for the MTGO creator. Showdown 5K. Playing battling Bant Nadu in Legacy for dollars and glory. Dollars, glory, or Eternal Weekend prep, glory, and the dollar signs. And then I'll also just screenshot the deck here. People love deck screenshots. Come hang out. Round 1 starts at 9 a.m. PST. Come. Okay, let's see here. We are live for the, okay. Post. Okay, now I'm going to post on Blue Sky to reward Blue Sky people. Because I think Blue Sky people need stuff too. Including the deck screenshot. Okay. Looks like we are Nadu in it. Very cool. Here's the deck. I'm happy to field questions on the deck, by the way, before the event starts. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Including justification for cards now, because I did think this deck through at this point. Like last week, I was just kind of building off of vibes. But this time around, I did actually, like, you know, come up with a reasonable deck and want it to do well. Fix the lighting in my room a little bit. Top light 2. White card under Bristly Bill is Shaman Encore, which is a bulk box staple. It's basically the 5th Nomad. And so it has the same ability as Nomad's Encore of like redirecting to other creatures for 0 mana. But then also it has a second ability, 1 and a white, to reverse that. So you can lightning rod something that would deal damage to something else to Shaman Encore. So he can actually self-sacrifice, which doesn't come up much, but really it's just the 5th Nomad. I realized as I was playing this deck, it really wants to win by comboing. It doesn't do nearly as well when it's not comboing. And so I kind of cut some of the air quotes cube cards, if you will, and made it so that the deck is more consistent overall in as far as like actually finding the combo. And a 5th Nomad's just kind of the way to do it. Nah, this doesn't quite work. Let's go back to pile view. So yeah, I've got the 4 Nomads, or 5 Nomads, I should say. The 5 Encores between the Nomads and the Shaman. 4 Plows, 4 Brainstorms, 3 Ponders. Kind of want a 4th, but 60 card deck. 3 Delighted Halflings. I split it with a Noble. Yeah, economy in this deck, sometimes with how it's built. Yeah, older versions are really combo focused with Nantuko Oracle stuff. Yeah. That's a good point. So going full combo to basically draw and cast Oracle, I don't think is necessary. Basically between Teferi and yeah, Maverick is exactly the vibe I was getting there. Like basically, like the idea here is that if you draw a bunch of cards, like if you remove their board and then have like double force into Teferi, like you can't lose. I put in air quotes because you can, but you know what I mean. Like exactly, you basically this version combos to a point where you have a insurmountable advantage. Like, you know how the Frognator deck doesn't play like Grizzlebrand to draw or draw its deck and put stuff into play and immediately like win the same turn or whatever. You just draw a track, you put a Trax into play. Thanks, Magnus. Yeah. Is there a main channel somewhere? That's a great question. So there is going to be a main channel. Let me finish this Trax the thought real quick. So yeah, you put a Trax into play and you draw like, 4 or 5 cards off of it with great card selection, and your opponents are incredibly far behind, maybe like 5% to win or something like that, depending upon their deck. And the idea here is that it's similar, right? You combo off to generate this like insurmountable advantage, and then hopefully that's enough. So the main channel, there will be a main WotC stream, I think starting at round 3. But I think that all of the creators have their own individual streams as well. Thanks, Magnus. Thanks, Gunnar. Appreciate that. Let's see here. Main stream link. That's a great question. Where is the main stream link? It might just be like Magic Online or something like that. But I know it's not live yet. I think that does go live on round 3. Yeah, I think it's really cool because, yeah, you can watch the feature matches with commentary, but you can also just, like, if you have a favorite player or a favorite deck, you can just follow whoever's, like, playing that. And that's pretty sweet. And then, obviously, if, like, you see someone on the feature match, like, oh, I want to follow this person, you can just, like, find their individual stream and go that way. Or you can just watch me Nadu people. Thanks, E. Smith. I appreciate that. I will do my best today. This is actually really cool. We've got Eternal Weekend coming up in literally 2 weeks. And so usually I have a lot of nerves going into that. I've only actually played Eternal Weekend once, which was last year. Managed to get across the country for it. And I'm doing it again this year. I was surprised by how nervous I was during that event, like for the stakes applied and all that. What's up, Builderburn? Yeah, so anyway, I'm really happy that Magic Online has this tournament today for the creators, but also for anyone who qualified or wants to pay, I think it's like $40 to enter. Anurag got them to host this really, really sweet tournament tomorrow, which is the OnZD, what's the official name of it? The OnZD Eternal Legacy Showdown. So if you look at this thing, this has so much prizing. First place is 200 treasure chests, a Modern Horizons set, a Modern Horizons 2 foil set, Modern Horizons 3 set, Modern Horizons 3 foil set. Like, I mean, look at this. This prizing is insane. And it goes all the way down. This is really cool. So yeah, you can, if you 5-0 a league before tomorrow or top 8 the challenge tonight, I guess is the last one, the one at basically in 11 hours, then you qualify for this. You can also buy 2 Sapphire event tokens, which are $20 each in the store. So that would also get you there if you don't qualify and you want to play. So yeah, I'm really excited to have these like high stakes tournaments this weekend because it lets me kind of get out some of the tournament jitters, right? Higher stakes tournaments are really the way to figure out, hey, is this the deck I want to play? Are these the cards I want to play? When I'm playing against the most competitive decks and competitive players, does it hold up? And so, kind of funny, I was thinking I was going to play a blue-black deck until, like, literally I just YOLO'd this. It does have to be a Legacy 5-0, Nick, yeah. Legacy 5-0 or Legacy Challenge Top 8. It's Legacy qualifying for Legacy. But yeah, I played this in the my challenge recorded video that I played a week ago and went 6-0 in the Swiss and lost in the top 8. I played a 4-color version. 1 second. Gonna check on the kiddos real quick.
No, this way.
This way.
This way. Hello.
That is Manisha. That's good. Hello. Okay, so yeah, it does have to be a Legacy 5.0 or Legacy Challenge top 8. But it is sweet prizes, and it's really good Eternal Weekend prep. If you are going, it will be a tournament of Crushers playing probably what they're trying to play for Eternal Weekend. So, you know, you can kind of give it a dry run and see if it's where you want to be. So I did think I was going to play a blue-black deck, like Froginator or Tempo or even like Esper Stoneblade. But then this Nadu deck, I feel like exists in this like really good space of having a lot of free wins and also grinds pretty well. So I've liked it, and to the point where I bought all the cards for it, and now, funny enough, because I have 8 Force of Wills so that I can build, have like a loner deck, and the mana base between this and the blue-black decks doesn't overlap at all, so I actually have a complete independently built Froginator deck. So if you are very trustworthy and the only thing stopping you from playing Froginator, what'd you find?
This one.
Oh, construction site Marion Bay?
This one?
We do. Good night, construction site. Yeah.
This one is a Christmas one.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. He might hang out for a little bit. Anyway, so that was Zane, by the way. I do have 8 Force of Wills, so I can build concurrently Froginator and Bant and Nadu in paper, or at least as once my Bant Nadu cards come in, I'll be able to do that. And hopefully they come in before I have to leave for Eternal Weekend. That would be not ideal. Okay. Spell his name Zane. Z-A-N-E. What's up, Zane?
I told you that we found it because
Oh, yeah.
this one has no books on its back.
Want to sit down?
Yeah. Look at. Hey, we don't have these two except this one. I have this one, but
Yeah.
not these two.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, let's show chat. Which ones do we have? Yeah, which ones don't we have? It's true.
And we also have this Christmas one.
Yeah, Niv, I think I am off Esper for right now just because I can't solve... Let me fix the camera a little bit. I cannot solve the way to not die to Wasteland, Blood Moon, and have a stable mana base otherwise all at the same time.
How can you even talk through here?
This microphone is plugged all the way through up in here and comes into this red box. And this red box is then plugged into my computer. So when I talk in here, it goes all the way through into my computer.
One sec.
I solved the Nadu matchup for Esper. Like, beating which deck with which deck? Curse Totem for Nadu. I don't know if it's just play pattern, but when I was playing Esper, I was just removing every creature as it entered, and then getting 2-for-1s with Nadu, basically, but I have a bunch of 2-for-1s too. What's that? So I can't go away from the computer, but you can bring stuff in here. Does that work? Yeah. Okay. You can, like, if you want to bring random tiles in here, you can build right here. That sound good? Should we bring the big tray? Let's bring the big plate. I can put this right here. And you can build one. Sound good? And you can go out and get the tiles you want and bring them in here, and you can build right there.
I'm just going to do all these things.
That works too.
This will be a game night with myself.
Yeah.
Only 2 people and 1 person can play.
Oh yeah. Oh, I need to check in this tournament thing. Hold on. What are you going to win today? That's a good question. 1 second. Let me make sure I need to check in for this tournament thing. Okay, 1 second. Okay, I'll help you. You don't have to carry all of them in one trip. Remember, you can make your little trips. Okay, you get that one?
I don't need that one.
Okay. Okay, I need to figure out how to get to my tournament browser. Hey, are we playing? Okay, looks like my opponent is reaching out to me, which is perfect. I am just getting this ready. Let's see here. So my opponent is playing Carnforge. So I need to go to the tournament practice room. Let's see here. Let's make sure that my camera's set up right. Tournament practice. BH Bobsy, buddies only. Let me add to buddies. Pairings are still waiting to go. Yeah, basic swamp leaves a lot to be desired, but so does basic plains, right? That's the problem. Like basic plains doesn't cast frog, and basic swamp does not cast a lot of other things you want to cast. Just trying to get this in order here. Please do not start. They're working out some pairings. Okay. I need to figure out how to log into this main thing here. Okay, let's... Oh, we are paired. Okay. So I am paired against Carnforge. I will join that match. And then we'll do this. 1 second. Just trying to make sure that all my ducks are in a row. I want to make sure deck lists are public, so I want to confirm that I have my opponent's list all set up. DB Bob C. Okay, there we go. So I join this. Buddies only. 3, 2, 1, and we are live. Okay. We won the die roll. I think I'm supposed to show my sideboard at some point in this thing. So we did that. Let's see here. Yeah, I'll go first. And yep, we're against Carnforge. So opponent's deck looks like this. 4 Carns, 4 Fleshraker, 4 commands, and then, you know, everything you'd love and expect. 2 Forges, 1 Paradox Engine, 1 main deck Needle to be aware of. Soul Guide Lantern, yeah, and then the Saga Workshop thing, and then basically a tutor package in the sideboard that I'll get to in a little bit. So yeah, we'll go first. And then this hand does not have any green to start with and doesn't have either half of the combo, so I think it's a mulligan. This hand has 1/2 of the combo. It does have green as well. So basically my plan with this is I'm going to go Trop into Dryad Arbor, and then I'm going to then brainstorm and try to go off that way. So I'll keep this. I'm going to put away Swords to Plowshares because I'm going to try to combo under a Fleshraker as opposed to just push through right now. I'll hopefully eventually find more removal as the game progresses. Okay, 1 second. Here we are. Okay, so yeah, opponent's going to 5. Okay. So because of this Pithing Needle, I'm going to try to split up my fetches, but yeah, I'm getting Tropical here. Then I'm going to Green Sun, X equals 0. And then this gets the Arbor. And then turn 2, at the very least, I can Nadu. And then turn 3, I can try to brainstorm for the rest of the combo. Looks like opponent's probably going to get a turn 1 ring down. Yep, the 1 ring to rule them all. Pretty good opening for them, but that's to be expected. Hey, we found the combo. Okay, great. So, given that, I think I play the Nadu first because it uses my mana more effectively. So I will get this off of... I'll do a Tundra. So 1 blue, green. Nadu is in. And now they can't like just do a cheapo removal of my nomads with whatever. So this is a tough turn for me. They have a lot of card draw.
Look what I'm making.
What are you making? Oh, that's a cool. Are you making a castle?
I know.
What?
This piece squares on the side
Oh yeah.
and that side. I'm not making a castle. It'll be too big.
I like it. Okay, so opponent's untapping the monolith first. This is round 1, Bob, yeah. Round 1, game 1. So if this is a Paradox engine here, I'm in big trouble. Kind of looks like it might be. But this can also untap the... Oh, it's Forge. Which is kind of a problem. It's a key. What are we untapping with the key? Tapping the monolith. Okay, so we're making more mana. 3. Tapping the ring, so we're going to draw 3 more cards. Okay, so they're at 5 in hand. This is off the top. It's an impressive turn. This is why the Mystic Forge deck is so scary. Yep. So now 4 mana. That's been all off the top. So 4. This is a card from hand at this point. Quite a mulligan to 5 though, right? Like, look at this. Yeah, Null Rod should be in most sideboards, at least one. I have a Collector Roof in here. Yeah, basically if I get to untap, I have to make sure that my opponent does not untap. That's my goal. They're thinking here. Got 4 mana to work with. Okay, a Karn the Great Creator. So what are they going to do? Null Rod does nothing, that is correct. They're minusing to get something.
What I made.
What'd you make?
No.
Oh, I like the wall. It's a really good wall. It's a pretty good Karn, right? Karn's a tree. I like your wall. It's like a Pokemon arena. Okay, they got Paradox Engine,
It's a
so
Pokemon dancing place.
yeah. Okay.
Pokemon dancing place.
Pokemon Dancing Place? Yeah. Okay, so
So Pokemon dancing there.
good. I'm glad the Pokemon dancing there. So now it is my turn to try to combo. And I'm trying to withhold my land drops because if I can save my lands, I can, once I get my Bristly Bill into play, I'm more likely to be able to get lethal going. So always yield. There's another Nomad. That's pretty good.
Can you hold the tray?
Can I go in the tray?
No. Hold the tray.
Can I hold the tray?
And move it to the loft.
Oh, yeah,
Do that.
I can.
Without knocking it over.
Yeah, I think so. 1 second. Yeah, don't touch that button, please. Okay, I can move this into loft.
You got Pokemon will come. Pokemon are already coming.
Okay, so I've targeted each of my creatures twice, I believe. Just checking. So I'll play another Nomad at this point because it's 2 more triggers. Okay, oh, and a Caracas. Okay, so now first I will Brainstorm. Found a green sun, so I should be good. Okay, so put away 1, 2. And then I think I can tap the Arbor with impunity. 1, 2, 3. Green sun, X equals 2. And then we get a bristly bill. And we target bill. And then we put counters on Nadu. Because Nadu is going to get big. So now I fetch again. Or I brainstorm first, I think. Shaman Encore is solid. Force of Will is okay. Put away land and maybe the Shaman. It costs 2. That's okay. Land into Fairy. I can play a land for turn because I hadn't done that yet. Target Nadu. I can fetch here. Get an island. Target Nadu. 1, 2. Yeah, I mean, force doesn't do anything, but good. And then I'll get a Noble Hierarch. Show me, or tell me. You want me to see? Okay, 1 sec. Making sure I'm using all my triggers correctly. Okay, so now I will get a... Which Pokemon came? What's it? Oh, very good. Good battle.
They're not battling, they're dancing.
Oh, they're dancing? Okay. What's up? Alright, so I am a mana short of where I want to be. So, I know, but okay. I can't read that right now because I'm doing the stream, Sweetie Pie. I know, I'm sorry. I know, it is going to take a long time. I'm sorry, sweetie. I really am sorry. Okay, here. Zane, I know, I'm sorry. I also want to do it. Okay, let's target. Yeah, I might have messed this up. Alright. Source of Pleasures doesn't do anything. This is 10 damage. Yeah. I don't think so either. Okay, let's see here. So I only have 1 mana. So at this point, I can attack for 9 damage here. But that doesn't get me there. Have I used all these? Okay, so yeah, this is... Yeah, Zane?
So, if when we go to, if we need anything from Target, we can go there and we can check if they have a Mewtwo.
Yeah, we could, but I can't go right now. I'm sorry, Sweetie Pie. I understand that it's disappointing. Okay, so right now, I think I have to attack my opponent for 9.
But when will you be done?
I won't be done for a while, Sweetie Pie.
But I want to play.
I know, I want to play with you too. I understand. So my opponent's going to go to 2 from this. They won't be able to tap their Ancient Tomb because the ring is going to deal damage, and I'm going to draw basically a bunch of cards on my turn. Or on their turn. You're hungry? Okay, what do you want for food, Sweetie Pie? Goldfish? Okay, I will get you set up with a bowl of goldfish. Okay, I will be right back 1 ring damage puts them to 2, yeah. They've got to clear the ring as well, and I've got a bunch of cards off the top. I'm just letting them do things. I'll draw a bunch of cards in response to the first like sorcery speed action they take.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to a bunch of people I'm streaming to. Alright, let's get you set up with some goldfish. I've got to get back to the game too, but I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, this is tough as far as multitasking goes. This is why I usually play the 8 p.m. Saturday challenge, because it's post bedtime. And yeah, that's it's a big difference, let me tell you. Yeah, so my opponent's at 2. Paradox Engine, this is what we cannot let resolve. So I'm just going to figure out what card I want to force with, so I'll draw cards now. Draw another force, which is nice. I'll diversify my threats now to have them all be lethal sized. Draw another force. Drew to fairy, so let's see, I kind of want to pitch like a ponder with this force, if I can draw a ponder. This card is definitely the best card, I agree. Just kind of trying to get a bunch of 2/2s going. You know what, fine, I'll force pitching a Teferi. And then I will just continue to counter every single thing they do. Can't have that much mana, can they? Vexing Bauble? I'd rather they not. Did I draw all my cards? I don't feel like I drew all my cards. Maybe I did. Okay, so I'll fetch first. Get an archive. Counter, put it on the arbor. Surveil, force on top is good. Let's force pitching a brainstorm. Okay. Untap that for mana. There's an engine. That does kill me, right? Am I out of action? I think I'm out of action. I'm out of blue cards. Yeah, I might be able to plow though. and get something to survive. So I'm going to let this go a little bit. I'm going to basically F6 here. Let's see here. What do we do? Yeah, I really did need another blue card in that bunch. Okay, what are they doing? A big like command? They can draw their deck, but I think I can answer it for the most part. I guess they'd have enough flush rakers. I eventually die. And they can build a fresh ring. So I do lose. I'll just concede it. Yeah, usually it's not that bad. Raven, I think that was a good play. I was just very distracted with parenting. So I didn't play that correctly. Like, hate to use that as a distraction, or hate to use that as an excuse, but that's the reality, is that I was just a little bit too distracted from parenting to play that correctly. To maximize my chances. So I want consigns, I want toxic green, I want oof. So I think I just sideboard like this. Keep one plow. My client closing from nowhere. Is it still closing? I was messing around various windows over here as I was off to the side, so sorry about that. Didn't mean to startle you. I was trying to find my opponent's sideboard here. So they have 2 Mindbreak traps, 2 Dismembers to be aware of, and Staring Bridge in the side, but outside of that, it's like basically a big tutor box. I was looking for the sideboards. Okay. Nadu has been awesome. Yeah, I am a little bit bummed that I lost that game. I do think I could have like surveilled and stuff a bit more carefully, as Raven brought up, but you know, it's a little tough when juggling parenting. Yeah, I mean, Safekeeper for Dismember on Oof is like fine, but I think that I kind of want to have a force there. I don't know, maybe I could Safekeeper it and like cut the plow, but then I have no plows. Is that a problem? I don't know. Let's try it. I don't know. Safekeeper seems cool too, but plow seems good. I don't know. Things are fine. We're good. We plow. We yeah. I mean, really, it's Collector for bust, right? Toxic Green doesn't seem good. It's fine. It's in the opener, which is not necessarily where we want it. This hand, I think, is not quite there. Because it doesn't get an oof into play, and it doesn't combo quickly either. It doesn't have a mana dork. So I'll mulligan. This is better. So if I can get to my turn 3, obviously I'm in much better shape. Let's keep this. I think I bin the heath? No, I bin the strand. And I'm going to lead on a ponder. Okay, consign is good. Another land is obviously also good. And I don't need the duplicate nomad. Cool, so next turn I can play nomad, hold up, consign. And then the turn after I can oof. Opponent might be going hard right now. They are in fact going hard right now. There's the ring. Okay, so next turn I can hopefully consign, and then I can try to keep things good with this green sun for arbor. So I'll play out the nomad. I'll consign the big spell this turn. And then I'll try to green sun for collector oof. The idea of toxic green is that I cut the plows and I need a way to answer saga, I feel like. And also shuts off all their soul land behaviors. Vexing Bauble doesn't stop the consign, so I just let that one go through. Let it draw cards. Okay, so we're going up mana now. Using the second key to get ahead on mana. Okay, going up on ring draws. Okay, so ring's at 3 now. Basalt Monolith is neutral. Key is fine. Slabs match with Harsh Mentor, yeah. I'll do it. Okay. So my hope here is they play something that costs 4, I can sign it. And then I slam this green sun, x equals 2 for an oof. And then they just kind of fall apart. Okay, yeah. That's sad, but I'll deal. It's not actually that sad. Okay, so. I'm going to use the Caracas for this green sun, or I use Caracas play so I can save my fetch land. Green sun x equals 2. Let's collect an oof, shall we? Okay. So Kozlov's command does also answer this, but if I can untap for a turn, I'll be in much better shape. Yeah, it looks like I'm getting commanded though. X equals 2 and then like making stuff or drawing cards or whatever. Yeah. And since Vexing Bauble's in play, I'm just going to F6 here. I'm pretty dead. But We'll see. There's a chance. Okay. Up to 11. It's too much. Uh-oh. Is this Karn into Paradox Engine? Because that does, in fact, kill me. Or Karn into Microsoft Lettuce. Okay, the Microsoft Lettuce does not kill me because one ring is still there. That's fine. You gotta clear this ring first, buddy. Okay. I can't do anything, but taking 4. So if my opponent can clear this ring, they do have me dead to rights. But they do have to clear the ring. And not tap the tomb. Let's see what they're doing. It's like a big Kozilek's command. Or is this like a Paradox Engine from the side? I'd also probably do it. Yeah. I'll just F6 while I try to log into this creator thing. Yeah, I am going to get defeated here, but that's okay. Okay, so now I'm in this thing. Okay, got the match. GG's. Alright. So I've been defeated in round 1. That's okay. It's a bit of a tough one. I was very distracted during, but let's see how round 2 goes. One sec, let me update my stream thingy. We are unfortunately 0-1 now. It's okay, got the loss out of the way. Yeah, Karn Forge is tough. I think I could have played game 1 a little bit better and got a little luckier. Game 2 was I just It was a little anemic, I guess. I think game 2 I played fine, it just didn't line up. Let's see here. So I'm going to check on Zane real quick. Yeah, exactly. The right side is I'm getting to play, and this is good practice regardless. I'm not too concerned with like winning every single thing. I'm just checking on how this event thing goes. All right. One sec. Okay. Oh, Kasumi Fox. So the way around it, if you keep crashing when you hit constructed, is to click on one of these. It's like click here on like the Onto the Eternal Legacy Showdown. Then from here on the Legacy tab, and now you can find your league. So that's how I'd recommend doing it. I am somehow lucky that I can click there. I don't know. Okay. Log in. Here we go. I am now successfully able to see the event. And pairings, okay. All right, so let's see here. Don't need this anymore. I was creating my overlay real quick last night and this morning because I, again, have not streamed in like 3 years, so just tried to put something together that wasn't garbage. I think I did an okay job for something that I just threw together at the last minute. Yeah, I was defeated here, unfortunately, but looks like a few matches are still going. Honorable got the bye. Rigged. Classic Anu. Client closed again. Oh no. Oh, did Anu drop at 1-0 because he can't play? Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, so let's see here. Round 1's still going. Yeah, unfortunately, I was defeated in this one. Yeah, I definitely could have played better, but I also I was quite a bit distracted. What you gonna do? I think we can write that one up to a mix of play and luck and just the situation. To be honest, we deal. Okay, so how many people are still open in the standings? So we've got like this. We were defeated. Rough. Corey B is battling against Justin Ganari. Nadu versus Esper Stoneblade. And then Tagoris is also playing Nadu, still battling against Coach Nelly. So it's the two Nadu decks still going. Alrighty. Not too surprising. One sec, I'm going to check on Zane. It's a 6-rounder, and it is double elimination, so if I lose again, I'm out. But at this point, 6-0 is like $1,250 payout. 5-1 is like $750 or something. And then if I go like 4-1 and then lose my last one to go 4-2, I get a good amount of like moto pricing. So that's the that's how it goes, and it's basically just like double a limb up until that. So I have one more loss to give, or I have no more losses to give. My next loss, I'm out. Yeah, I mean, I think I could do this. Manisha and Akash will be back probably not too long after the next round starts, so I'll be able to focus through most of it. That one was just, very distracted playing. Not really worrying about optimal. And then I got a little unlucky, but, happens. Could have played better, could have had that next force, and would have been okay. Yep, like that's the way these things go. Any questions about the list while we wait for the next round to start? Why 3 halfling? 60 card deck, and I wanted to split with a hierarch because just to cast like my white spells and stuff, sometimes you have a hand without white, and you want to be able to green sun into a noble to have more white mana. That's not just for like Teferi, but to actually cast like a nomads or a plow. And so only playing 3 halfling to make that fit. I kind of want to play 4, but if I play like this, then I have to cut the shaman. And that's no good. And because I kind of want the 5th nomads as well. So that's why I'm playing 3 halfling. The blue count is obviously not great. It's 17. But it's like, you saw, like I missed on blue that first game. Like it happens. It's not, there's no number of blue cards. It's not like 19 you're never going to miss on your blue, and 17 you always will miss on your blue. It's just a small percentage every single blue card. Exactly. Blue count is overrated. It's just a little percentage on every blue card, and the more you have, the higher your percentage is. There's like no one number where it instantly becomes acceptable versus unacceptable. Like it's not like a drop off. It's just it's a very gradual slope. Math is for blockers, yeah. Blue count is for blockers. I like it. Blue count for blockers. Okay, let's see how the next stuff is going. Are these rounds finishing up? Okay, looks like Corey B. MTG won his round. Tagoras is still going. The Cub. I'm not convinced the Cub is better. So the Cub does like do an auto doubling thing, but like Bristly Bill's overrun ability, I think, is better for 1-turn kills because you can just get huge from it all of a sudden. And then the fact that Halfling casts Bristly Bill uncounterably and doesn't cast the Cub uncounterably makes me think that, yeah, Bill is better. Also, you can bounce Bill with Caracas. So, like, I feel like Legend is upside in this deck. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'm underrating the doubling effect, but, like, I feel like Legend is upside. Oops, sorry for... I have so many windows open right now because I'm so disorganized. So when I'm clicking between them, sometimes it's auto-minimizing my game. Sorry about that. Yeah, the doubling effect, I don't know. I feel like if I had the mana for it in the game 1, I would have won, right? So, I don't know. I do not know. Well, I guess the actually, Cat would have won that because the second counter would have doubled up to 4. My opponent was left at 2. So I would have won game 1. And yeah, um, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to try the cat for what it's worth. I just don't know if it's better offhand. How are we doing here? Waiting for the timer to start, yeah. Stegoris still going? Pairings. Yeah, Tagoris is still going. Which is probably good for the Nadu deck that they're still going. How's everyone doing today? Good day to watch a bunch of Legacy streamers try to battle it out? Or Magic Online streamers play Legacy and battle it out? Round 2 should be starting soon. Okay, let's see here. Two players, buddies only. Allow watchers, invite buddies to join. So that's how I do it. Okay. I think round 2 is about to start. Oh, yep. And I'm against Coach Nelly. So I will find them on the thingy. Coach Nelly. Did I spell that right? Guess I'll reach out on Discord. Okay, let's see here. Trying to get the round 2 pairings to go. TBD, Frank. It's been. I mean, it's not a great card, but I'm trying to just increase the number of nomads, and it's been at least a couple times that it's been my nomad. Thanks, Bryce. Yeah, and then as far as like the game results go, like that's secondary. Just trying to do my best here. They're repairing. Not against Coach Nelly anymore. Okay. Round 2. I'm against DB Insignios. Insignios. DB and I make the room, I believe. Yeah. That's what they're playing. Ooh, they're playing Cellar Spawn combo. This is a cool deck. Okay, but I'll message them first. Hello, I will make our game. Just added YouTube buddies. GLHF. Let me confirm real quick that this is in fact my opponent. Yes. Two players, only buddies, allow watchers. Bant Nadu is correct. Okay, we're doing it. Not doing it. Won the die roll again. Very lucky. Love to see it. Let's get their deck up. So this is what they're playing. They're playing Ancient Stellar Spawn. So, and they're basically just then, once this resolves, if they cast a free spell, I just take a ton of damage. They have a main deck Surgical, main deck Spell Bomb, 4 Wastelands to be aware of. And then 4 Fawn, 4 Force, 2 Fawn, 4 Days, 3 Fatal Push, 2 Cut. Yeah, lots of removal. Okay. You too. Okay, so we'll play first. This hand is actually one of the hands where you see I'm really happy it's a noble. I'll keep. If this was a halfling, I'd have to mulligan this hand, I think. But since I can do noble into like ponder or whatever, or if this gets like removed, I can then try to force. This noble becomes a lot more reasonable. Okay, so let's go land noble. Get my opponent's deck on the other side. Okay. A newborn on your shoulder. Yeah, that is tough. One of the things I've found, thanks Andrew, with newborns is if you have an ergo baby, you can strap the ergo baby to your chest and like have the baby take a nap on you while you play. That actually works pretty well. I switched out my chair with newborn for like a big yoga ball. Just like bounced on the yoga ball while I had baby on my chest, and that worked out pretty well for baby. Slept through the nap because skin to skin plus bouncing, and then I get to play Moto. Wife gets some GDP and Q, and it's just upside overall. I'm looking for a land here, found it, and I found a Nadu. Great. Okay, so Do I play the tapped land now? And or no, I think I know what to do. So I go 1, 2, 3, no shuffle. I'm going to play the Nomad and a Safekeeper. So Nomad might get dazed or might get forced. Yeah, gotta love the GDP and Q. Okay, so now I play the Safekeeper. Yeah, I had it like chest to chest as far as the Ergo Baby strap goes, and that worked out quite well, at least. I mean, every kid is different, right? So like what works for me isn't going to like necessarily work for you and your kid and so on and so forth, but it worked for me for both of my kids. The older one, it worked like a charm. The second one, it worked like reasonably well. Okay, so a little unfortunate now is that I have my Nadu as my next card and not my tap land. This Wasteland is going to be pretty brutal for that. Oh, never mind. I'm going to just play it. If it gets dazed, it gets dazed. Let's find out. I feel like they're building up to their 3-drop here. So yeah, it does get dazed. But that's okay. Safekeeper coming in for 2. Keeping the world safe. And then they are further off from Stellar Spawn or anything now. Wonder what they're going to do here. Like a Fatal Push? Bowmaster? Okay, this telegraphs Bowmaster to me big time. So let's play the Archive. I'm actually going to keep that on top just as a force pitch. I'm going to play this out now so that if I need to sack a land, I can do so. And then I'm going to attack with the Nomads. And then if Bowmaster comes in, I can redirect damage over to the Keen-Eyed Curator. So the Bowmaster no longer hurts my Nomad. So now they need to figure out where they're shooting. Okay, so they are going to do that. So I'll redirect that damage over here. Okay. Now I've got a 2/2 Nomad. And now they cannot block. Or they could, but I could do a lot of damage with a block here. So they're wise for not letting me. And given the texture of their deck with like Murktides and stuff, I think I'm going to get this Ponder out of the yard now. I did go to EW last year. I played Blue-Black Luris in Vintage, and I played 4-color Beanstalk in Legacy. And with Beans, it was such a slow deck that I like played at this like insane pace the entire time. And I think played like way too fast and made mistakes, and it was overall not quite where I wanted to be. Now I think my plan in this game is get this guy into a 7/7 trample and wipe the floor with my opponent. I can protect it with Safekeeper as well, so got that going for me. I have a blue card on top to pitch this force. Yeah, I made so many unforced errors. I was playing against Reanimator in like a game 2, and I had mulligan to 6. I drew my hand to evaluate. I counted. I saw 8 cards. I immediately called a judge on myself. It was a great hand. Like redundantly, even with it would have been a great 7, but like since I had drawn an 8th card, I was like, oh, called a judge. Like forced mull to 5. And at that point, like I was doomed. Not looking good. Okay, so let's snag an instant. I guess I can attack first. Because this can gain trample whenever. What's up, Zane Zane? How you doing? What'd you find? Play Doh?
Yeah, open it.
Yeah, I can open it. Are you gonna play with it on a mat?
Yeah.
Okay, not on the couch, right? Not on the couch, not on the carpet? Okay, here you go. So let's float mana. I will also choose this creature and sacrifice this land to give it Shroud. I think this works out how I want. Okay, so Fatal Push. So now I basically have to sacrifice another land. That's fine. Target. Sack. Okay. And once this whole stack resolves, I'll eat their graveyard to pump my creature. So I have instant and land already. I need sorcery. Or sorry, instant and sorcery. I need land and creature. For Delirium. They're brainstorming. That's fine. Again, I'm not convinced this matters. Yeah, I'll hit their land and I'll hit my Nadu as the creature. So I'll hit, Wasteland, why not? And then I'll get Nadu out of my graveyard. And that's going to make it a big. There we go. So now it'll be 8/8. And GLHF. Okay, opponent's at 6 life now. And I will pass the turn. Okay, so yeah, this is my path to victory. Yeah, it's Exalted versus a flyer to block. And I feel like with Tameo all over the place, I wanted to be able to have an extra power of attacker. No problem. I'm, again, like not convinced on it necessarily. I think that either way could be fine. What's up, Zane?
I want a metal the metal BB-8 that's downstairs.
I don't think we're gonna play the metal BB-8 right now. But also, mommy just got home. Mommy and Akash. Do you want to say hi to them? Yeah, I just saw the garage opened. Okay, so at this point, I'm out of lands, unfortunately. Yeah, Noble's good for pushing card damage as well. Yeah, exactly. If my opponent wants to try to kill my creature now, they could. I am very happy they did that, because I can force this and they can't daze me back. They have to have specifically force of will. So let's see if that ends up working for me. Okay, they do have force of will. And now I will use my last mana to exile their force or something. That's a little sad. But yeah, it is what it is. So I will prismatic ending the army, I think. Just get it off the table. I will attack with the Safekeeper, I guess. I don't think it really matters. Put opponent to 3. Play an Arbor. Okay, now I have a bunch of little beaters. Let's see if my opponent has something that's good enough to win. A GG. Okay, so we're up a game. I got pretty low resource pretty quick. I'm definitely going to want carpets in this matchup. Veils as well for all the black removal and counter spells. Endurance is maybe good. Cards I don't really want here. Keen-Eye Curator is quite good, actually. I think forces are going to be a little rough. I could also see myself cutting like one of the Green Sun Zeniths just because Daze is such a beating. But I am putting in carpets. Maybe I don't want the endurance. My opponent disconnected. Okay, well hopefully they're coming back. I kind of want endurance. I kind of want a couple forces, but what would I cut? Let's look at their deck list again. So yeah, Stellar Spawn, Murktide, 3 Tamios. Okay, so do need to be very aware of that. Unmasks are coming in. Okay, so with the unmasks and stuff as well, I don't really think I want Force of Will. I think that the density of stuff is too high. Could play Bill or an Endurance. That's the question. Do I want Bill or do I want Endurance? Teferi is expensive sometimes, but I think that against the deck with a billion counter spells, if I can like get a Halfling down then a Teferi down, I'm in a really good spot. I think I want Bill more than I want Endurance, so I'm going to submit like this. Yeah, cutting a green sun is reasonable. Just because it's kind of expensive, but I am bringing in the carpets, so hoping that helps. Well, if we get to game 3, which hopefully we don't, we might end up trimming a green sun if that's kind of what the consensus is here. But right now, I just need my opponent to join the game. We're all having fun. I'm having fun. 53 of you. Hello. That's cool. Didn't realize I had so many friends here. Nice. For my first stream in 3 years. Thank you. Yeah, streaming is not a regular thing for me because, as you can see, like parenting and stuff makes it very difficult. Opponent is actually neither Rescam nor Tempo. They're playing Cellar Spawn. So here's their list. Ancient Cellar Spawn. Each spell that you cast that's a demon, horror, or nightmare costs 1 less. Okay. Whenever you cast a spell, if the amount of mana was less than its value, mana value, target opponent loses life equal to the difference. So John will get to that in just a second. Good question. Murktide, obviously, play Murktide, boom, take 5. And then these cards are just good, so they're playing them. But like Unmask, Ouch, take 4. Force of Will, take 5. Surgical is actually a damage spell in a way if you're paying it for Phyrexian mana. Murderous Cut deals a bunch of damage, days. So there's land a Cellar Spawn, and then they just do like an insane amount of damage. It's pretty cool. Over in the sideboard, they have a Toxic Deluge, which is something I should be very aware of. EE is another thing I should be aware of here. Counterbalance. So this is their deck. Now, as far as why I'm playing Bant instead of 4-color is I was just kind of trying to increase the density of combo hits. So I have like a 5th Shaman in the deck. I wanted a couple prismatic endings to be able to answer the stuff that stops the deck, like a 5th Needle or whatever. And so once I put these in, I basically ran out of room, and I had to cut the most superfluous cards, the ones that are like least essential to the main game plan. And so I had ended up cutting like the Leovold and Grist because they're like good cards, but they aren't the main game plan. And so that's how we went from Nadu into Bant. Or sorry, from 4-color into Bant. And yeah, like Harmony responded there. Yeah, it's you basically draw a ton of cards and have forces and removal and just get an insurmountable advantage and win. You can also 1-turn kill with going big with Bill. And Alexandra, yeah, 7 weeks, like 6-7 weeks is really the in my opinion the toughest spot for having like a kid. At least for me, like 6 weeks was kind of when like my exhaustion was at its peak, and my opponents, like, sorry, not opponents, I'm misspeaking, but yeah, I was super tired, and the baby is super needy still because they're still in their essentially 4th trimester. And so what we're looking at here is like you're super tired, baby's super needy, and you're just kind of running on fumes, and you're getting nothing back from the baby yet because they're too little to like smile at you or anything like that. So it's just give, give, give with nothing like in return. So at least for myself, that was the toughest place to be. So that one sec, I'm getting a message here. My opponent messaged me that their client crashed. One sec here. Got some tags. So yeah, when your baby is out of the 4th trimester, I will pass it on to my wife. Thanks, Doris. Yeah, when you're out of the 4th trimester, when your baby's like 3 months old, I think things start to get easier. 4 month, you have this like sleep regression, but then like when you kind of hit like the 6 month phase and they're like sitting and doing all these like cute little things, it's awesome. And then like they start crawling and you kind of like get into a groove where like, hey, things are pretty easy and we got this. And then your baby starts walking, and then it gets a little bit more intense as far as the care you need, because walking babies like to explore and have very little sense of self-preservation, so you really have to be on it. And then parenting has ups and downs. But yeah, my kids are 6, almost 7 for my older one, and my younger one is 4.5. And yeah, I will, after this round, pass on a heartfelt thank you for this stream working out so well. My opponent's having a tough time getting back in. Yeah, congrats to everyone with new babies in the chat. I hope that is joy. MTG side hustle. Yeah, I don't really try to make money for MTG. It's basically just I use the like little bits that I make in terms of like YouTube payments or stuff like that, Mototics, as a way to kind of fund the hobby, like have it be self-sustaining, which is cool. But yeah, I'm a mechanical engineer by trade. I design medical devices. So that's what I do for my job. Am I still writing anything for MinMax? Not as like a no, I refuse to, but I haven't been because the time is a bit too much for what we get out of it. Like it can take me anywhere between like 6 to 8 hours to like write and get an article going. So at that point, I'd much rather have that be like a video that like a challenge video or something like that people can like just watch and get more content out of. Writing is just the time consuming aspect of it. Like the time to readership ratio is just not there for something that I'm doing basically for the love of it, you know? And yeah, it is nice that Magic can become a largely self-sustaining hobby. Magic Online has been great for that. As far as for me personally goes, paper Magic has been, much more spending than making money, but Magic Online has been quite profitable. Yeah, exactly, Bryce. Yeah. The deck tech and like playing through matchups and like thinking about it live is almost an article, except I don't have to, come up with all the theory in advance and the kind of ad lib here. So it looks like my opponent joined and then lost connection again. Let's see what they're up to. They're having a tough go with this. That sucks. Although from the message they sent me, it seems like they may not be super happy with the deck. Yeah, Harmony, that's the real kicker, isn't it? This would be game 2. We're up 1-0 in the match. Yeah, servers have been unstable. Things have been weird. Button clicking will boot people if you do anything slightly. Even if you just like navigate Moto the normal way in the client, it will boot you right now. So it's tough. Looks like hello. Are we back? A Twitter recap. Oh, like just kind of like how the rounds go. I think I'll do that for Eternal Weekend. The mana was an issue for me with Frogblade, so that's where I'm at with that. I'm keeping this one because it's got basics. And I am all about the basics. Yeah. That's a good idea. One thing is that Bosch does do this as his like main gig, and so he's sometimes able to afford more of a time commitment into stuff. Like basically, I work in an office. I leave the house at 8 a.m. I get back around 6 in the evening, Monday through Friday, and then dinner at the family, bedtime, or hang out with the kids, do bedtime with them, and then after that, like try to spend time with like my wife and all that. So it's quite a balance to be able to really do everything that I would want to do theoretically. Yeah, quit teaching to full. Yeah, it's basically just like how much money do you personally need to make, right? That's the question. Let's see. So blue white, so I can play out a nomad. Let's definitely keep greenstone on top. See, I will. This smells like a bowmaster to me, so I'm not gonna walk into it. I don't think. I mean, the main difference between this and Nadu Breakfast is that it's not all in on like comboing, but you have fewer bad cards because you're not playing like Dread Return and Oracle and Memory's Journey and stuff like that. But you do have a lower combo density compared to Nadu Breakfast, which is able to play just like a ton of the redundant ways to win. Also, there's so much just incidental graveyard hate in the format that it is sometimes hard to win through your graveyard with Nadu Breakfast. And so that at least is another issue with it. I think that I'm going to blow this plow here, because if I can get my opponent to tap out with the brainstorm, that's okay. Because I have this stuff going. Do I think I'll keep Shaman in the deck? Probably not. Michael Mapson, convinced me to try an Agatha's Soul Cauldron in that spot, because if your Nomad dies, you can just exile it and give any creature that ability. So it is kind of a fifth Nomads in a way that way. And then also it acts as incidental graveyard hate and does other cool stuff. So yeah, I'm going to try Soul Cauldron per Mapson's advice in that spot. But I did register, like this deck is what I have registered for today, so this is what I'm keeping. This is my basic island land. Cauldron is uncountable off of Halfling too. That is true. That's very cute. Okay, so Nomad in. So basically, I'm taking this slow, right? So Nomad this turn, and I can Veil plus play through days. And then next turn I to Fairy, and then the turn after that I can Green Sun. So taking it nice and slow. So a Frog with Cauldron, yeah. Exactly. There's lots of cool plays with Cauldron. So yeah, Mapson convinced me to try a Cauldron there. He's like, Shaman is terrible. I'm like, fair point, but I already registered this, so that's what I've got. Do I get the Arbor here? I think so. And now I can fetch basic island. Go 1, 2, 3 to Fairy, and I can use Arbor for Veil. Didn't even need to. I'll plus. And there's no point attacking because Tamiyo reduces the power, so we're just skipping it. I prefer rice over noodles, but I do like them both. But like in general, like on average, I'll take a good like fried rice dish over something else. Okay, so Stellar Spawn is in. I do have a Veil for my taking damage though, so yeah. Now I can Veil, and because this targets an opponent, I don't lose the life. So unfortunately for my opponent, this is not going to work out the way they want, but they're able to at least do something. Now, is that something enough? Probably not. So 1, 2, 3, Nadu. Activate, yeah. Let's make my opponent's client miserable. Did I keep Bill in the deck? I think I did, right? Yeah, still have Bill. Bill, 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 Bill. Bristly Bill, the science shill. Okay. Did we do this one already? Did this one. Well, Carpet's cool. Add a lot of mana in the second main. Okay, so now I can play a fetch land. I can pump up my Nomad. I can get blue-white. Pump up this Nomad again. Yeah, I have not actually played this deck in paper yet. That's going to be interesting. Let's see here. Now I can... Do I have one more Arbor? I do, you're right. Yeah, look at that. Let's see, yeah. Respect to my opponent for just like hanging on here. Let's see. So I could play a Carpet and then just like have a ton of mana after. Seems like the way to go. And 2 go triggers. Maybe. Let's attack Tamiyo. Yeah, you flip cards. It doesn't seem too terrible to run it this way. So Tammy goes down to 3. I can pretty much recover through a board wipe at this point too. Yeah, the Nantuko thing makes sense. What are you looking for, Zane?
I'm trying to look for my slime ball.
Your what ball? Your slime ball?
My slime ball.
Where's the last place you saw it?
It was in here.
In here? And then it's probably still there.
It's not.
It's not. Where'd it go? I didn't move it. Yeah, Nadu elves just seems like you need to have like a billion paper elves reps under your belt to be able to survive it. Now the question becomes on my... Oh, my opponent disconnected again. They messaged me. Okay, so can't stop your combo, so I'll concede. Oh. I just won round 2.
Nice.
So I'm 1-1. I got a little bit too distracted with parenting round 1 and made a mistake, which, yeah.
Fair.
Yep.
It happens.
It happens.
Just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Did you get Zane fruit snacks?
I did not get Zane fruit snacks. Zane got Zane fruit snacks.
Okay. So the chair, one of the dining chairs, had been pushed up against the pantry. So I think he did that and climbed and got himself fruit snacks.
That's impressive. That's impressive. Yeah, that was not me. That was him. I got him goldfish.
Yeah, I assume because the goldfish was so nice in the bowl.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Impressive.
Yeah.
It's a good move.
And not no shade if you had gotten him.
Yeah, yeah.
Snacks. It's just the way he was talking about the fruit snacks, because he said, "Oh, I
Passive
already
voice.
took some, I already got some, or something like that."
Passive voice on the fruit snacks. Yeah. It's pretty funny.
And with the chair position.
Yeah. All right, so we are up. We did win the match. So let me update the stream. We're now 1-1 with Bant and Nadu. 1 sec. Round 1 opponent was on Carnforge. Something. I don't know where it is. I don't fall down the stairs. Sweet pie. Oh, it's okay. You can't find his slime ball, and I don't know where it is either. Let's sit downstairs. Oh, yep, we have deck lists. I'm sorry, Eric. Here we go. I was on the wrong screen. Here we go. So yeah, we're 1-1 in the event now, which is solid. Yeah. Game 1 was winnable if I was a little bit more careful with my scrying to try to find blue cards, like by fetching before I drew and stuff like that. But I was running up and down the stairs in the middle of comboing and losing track of where I was at. And so mistakes were made, and I basically didn't have enough forces to answer my opponent's combo in that game 1. Game 2, my opponent got a turn 1 ring down, and then as I pondered and found a consign, and then I did a turn 2 hold up consign, which was a little bit too late. They actually didn't play anything into it. And then turn 3, I green sun for a collector oof that they've just cleared with a Kozilek's command and then fully comboed me. So that was how that went. Looks like we've got Coach Nelly versus Justin Ganari, and Simon Nielsen versus Colbert MTG, and Control Freak versus Dirtles, and Tony Scaponi versus Andy Mega. So 4 matches remaining. I went to Columbia University in New York for bachelor's and master's. Both in mechanical engineering. Outland Liberator is, I think, a reasonable sideboard card. I just kind of tried to map my board, and like these are the kind of high impact anti artifact enchantment cards. I actually have one too many pieces, I think, for the blue-black deck, but I really do want a critical mass there, so. In the car.
In the car.
In the car.
Why wouldn't it be in the car?
Why wouldn't it be in the car? Good finding. So there's a... It's not even a joke, but yeah. Men are terrible at finding things, and me and my 2 sons are evidence of that. If original draws you feel tough. So far, I agree. Oh, the right column of the sideboard. I'm sorry. I shouldn't actually have 4 columns. There we go. Now it's just 3. My bad. Yeah, I forgot that I have a little bit of a cutoff here for the chat window / chat log stuff. Stuff that when I'm recording is not an issue, but while I'm doing a stream, it does become an issue. Thanks for pointing that out, John. No oof would be really bold. Yeah, no wonder I would lose to Carnforge. But yeah, I just my oof got commanded away, something like this. Kozilek's command, and then it hits and it makes my oof go off the screen like that. Ah. Yeah, that's what happened there. When my opponent dismembered my nomads, I knew I was kind of in trouble. Yeah, Yagai was interesting. So Toxicrene, my thought about it is that basically against Eldrazi, the way to get into an insurmountable board state is to get this thing into play, because their lands don't tap for colorless anymore, and they can't like activate Eye or anything like that. And so my hope is that like getting the toxic green down just kind of shuts down Eldrazi to where they don't function enough that it is then good overall. But I don't know. I've actually yet to get it in play. I have won or lost in other ways as the matchups go. Some of my opponents like do kind of premature concessions or what have you. Okay, I'm gonna put I should check up on my socials. See if people responded. KB, Toxic Green has been good? Because that's good to confirm, if true. Deafening Silence is a good call, actually. A very good call. It's good against, the various storm decks also, but yeah. When you're comboing like creatures mostly. And then also, if you have a silence in play and you're comboing, like your opponent being able to cast one non-creature thing, like seems fine. You can just counter that and then just go back to your turn and combo again harder. So yeah, I like that quite a bit. That's a good shout. I'm gonna make a note of it. Like physically, I'm gonna make a note of it. There we go. Success. It is hard to fit in the sideboard. But like right now, if you look at the way that I kind of want to map against Froginator, it's something like cut a Green Sun, cut a couple forces, cut these, cut like Bristly Bill and Safekeeper. And then I want to bring in like the Macabres, the Carpets, like that. So I actually have 8 cards to bring in. And only like 7 I really want to cut. And so, given that, I can probably trim a Macabre for the Deafening Silence. Yeah, that's fair, but I am playing 5 of them, which is I think the difference there. I'm not completely sure on how to do all the sideboarding yet. It's really just I am trying to figure this stuff out as well. I haven't been playing this deck all that long, and I usually try to figure these things out as opposed to just like kind of relying on established wisdom, because I feel like like I look at what people have been doing and it kind of like you can reverse engineer like why they do things that way. But I also want to understand that so that I can like reach my own conclusions even if they don't necessarily agree with consensus. Because sometimes consensus can be someone said it and then enough people repeat it. Like someone wins a tournament, says a thing, and then it just kind of gets repeated. And so if I don't know where the source is coming from, then I really try to figure out for myself. If I do highly trust the source, then I will defer to them. Yeah, so I was cutting all the forces, Builderman, but I actually talked to Mapson, and he was saying that the ways you lose are kind of just like the quick Entomb reanimates, and so keeping a couple forces does help with that density quite a bit. Defer to me. That's not good. I don't know what I'm doing. Which is actually, I guess, kind of the point, right? Like, I'm just like trying to figure it out too. But like, if you take where I'm at and like, this is the truth. This is the wisdom, and then say I'm wrong, then it gets repeated. Then, yeah. Conrad, I appreciate that too. I was going to, but then basically I'm playing. I keep losing to Eldrazi and Mono Red with Stoneblade. Yeah, having the creature I can fetch for, KB, has been really important, at least in my opinion. Let's see here. How are we doing on the rounds? It's more of like you're right that that exact lineup doesn't make sense. Like Macabre is better than Force there. But if I'm trying to fit this spot, like this one card slot that I can use elsewhere, then it still has value, right? Like directly, yeah. Like if cutting one force or cutting three forces to bring in the third Macabre is all of a sudden better exactly there, but two forces kind of seems like the sweet spot for the blue count, blah, 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 blah. Looks like we've still got 2 matches remaining. Carpeted into Wasteland, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that is true, but Carpet as a mana dork that can't get Fatal Pushed is also just value there. That's kind of how I think of it. It's not adding like a billion mana, but it is adding 1 to 2. Oh, Magic Online is live with the official stream now. That's cool. I think it's Twitch TV/Magic Online. But I really do appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Almost have more removal. Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways to build this deck. Thoughts on this over the Black Splash is just like Nadu or Leovold and Grist are fine cards, but they're kind of just like cube cards, like Green Sun's toolbox targets, Maverick type things, and I needed this deck to be a little bit more focused on comboing, and so I trimmed them to increase the combo density. Not that they're bad, just that I want a 60 card deck. Like, I'm playing 3 halflings, I want to play 4, but I really want to fit this noble because of color requirements. I really want round 3 to start. That's the dream. This is just Green Doomsday, yes. You cast your 3-drop. and then you draw cards off the top of your deck until someone wins. So I've been playing Legacy since 2012 and have a pretty big paper collection. Did you know that I had to buy Green Sun Zeniths to play this because I did not have them? I've never been much of a green mage, so yeah. What's up, Sahar? How you doing? Legacy Gambit Kamada. Consider Tegan sideboard. It's a good shout for Karnforge specifically, I think, Frank. Because yeah, you can't they can't cast Ring, they can't Kozilek's command it. That's a good shout. I'll consider that. Like in that Deafening Silence spot. Also look at Teague. Yeah, let's see here. What's up, Mapson? Yeah, they're boarding in a bunch of dismembers for the oof, but like if they have like say 2 to 3 dismember plus 4 Kozilek's command, having a Teague means that all of a sudden they have the 2 to 3 dismembers and that's it. Yeah, Nine Adepts did win at Vegas. I tried to prevent that. I tried to have Esper Stoneblade win at Vegas, but my opponent, he beat me in a pretty convincing way. He played better. I think I got tired. I was just getting tired towards the end of the day, and he played tighter than me and won. So where's Mr. Kern the Reliquary? Yeah, exactly. What year is it? It's 2024, also known as 2011. How are we doing on rounds? Looks like we've got 1 match remaining. Yeah, I see that now. To protect the oof. I think that was a mistake when I cut it. Yeah. What I'm doing, Mapson, is I'm just kind of staring at this pairings page and looking at all the results, and then just as they end, as they go. Yeah, it also is a Nadu enabler in a pinch if you want to blow up your lands, which sometimes you are okay doing if you're going to combo harder. Yeah, we're 1-1. Oh, favorite pizza. So I actually have a issue with casein whey, like from cow's milk. So I guess my favorite pizza would be like fig and goat cheese, something like that. Something that does not hurt the belly. Yeah, so only one match remaining, and it's Esper Stoneblade. Sounds about right. What's up, Jay Reddy? Welcome to the channel. Round 3 should start as soon as this last match finishes. Oh, Coach Nelly got it 2-1. So yeah, it's about to start. Have I tried the Stoneblade Nadu deck yet? No. So when Dom Harvey got to the finals with that, he basically in his like Twitter deck synopsis said that he thought it was worse than the Green Sun version. So despite doing well, like I think it's more of like Dom Harvey is broken as opposed to what you got? Yeah, Dom Harvey is broken as opposed to the Stoneblade deck. Matson, he might have just stopped streaming because streaming is a requirement, but it's a double elim, and I think he might have also lost round 1. And if that's the case, then he is no longer in the event. So we just need Coach Nelly to report in this thing. I'm going to use the restroom real quick before round 3 starts. Yeah, I think I'd agree with that assessment of Green Sun finding more useful stuff. So we're against Ruda, who's on Eldrazi. Fantastic. Okay. Hello. Looks like prepared when you have the game made. Last book I read. Great question. I am embarrassed to say I'm not too much of a reader, but I have been keeping up with Hank Green's books. It looks like Ruta made the match. We have lost the die roll this time. Let's do it. So yeah, they're on a standard Eldrazi list. 1 Null Drifter, 3 Heralds. Nothing. 1 Blast Zone to be aware of. Yep, looks pretty standard. This hand looks very good. Okay, let's do it. Petal. This doesn't currently do anything for colorless. Bobble? Vexen Bobble? Is that in his list? I didn't check. 1 sec. Where is it? Ruta. DB Ruta. Now they're a Chalice build, not a Vexen Bobble build. So I could hold up Plow, but I think I am more inclined to play a Halfling. Just get my acceleration going. Especially because the way that it was set up, the 1-drop, if there's a Chalice coming down, I'm in trouble. Okay, end step, something. No. I don't know what's happening. Okay. They might be trying to K-command my Halfling. It's kind of the vibe I'm getting. But it requires double colorless to do that, and I reduces by generic. Yeah, something like that. But I mean, if that's the case, this is going to be an explosive turn for them. Okay, yeah, so the 1-drop is gone. The Fleshraker's in. And now I'm in some sort of trouble. I'm in definitely some sort of trouble. Okay. Maybe a wasteland. I need to get rid of this. I need to get this Fleshraker off the table ASAP. Yep, it is in fact a wasteland. There's a fungus among us. Yep, so now I'm going to go I think I'm going to get a basic plains here. Get this Fleshraker off the table. The next turn I can Green Suns for 1. Yeah, small mercies on that miss sequence there from my opponent, but it's still a tough spot for me to be in. Okay, so they do get this off the field. Hurtful, rude, etc. Question is, do they get a wasteland with this, or what do they get? They get a cradle? Yeah, safekeeper would be good but I'm only gonna have one land. Okay. They're egregious in different ways, I think. Oh, come on. Yeah, I think so. Mycospawn is more egregious against like control decks, I think. Fletchraker is more egregious against like if you have a hand that beats air quotes beats Eldrazi, Fletchraker is the best way for Eldrazi to beat that. Green Suns is gone. No more Green Sun. Even though this is full info to play out this land, I'm going to do it because I really need the Surveil. I don't... Like, I'm taking 10 this turn. Yeah, this is... this feels par for the course, unfortunately. Oh, come on. You don't get to have more good stuff, do you? Oh, my God. Okay, well. I am dead. I don't play Terminus in this deck. Come on, let's channel Anurag for Terminus that we don't have. No Terminus, okay. So against Eldrazi, what do we want to do? I think I want the Safekeeper, so I'm not going to cut that. I think I don't want the Curator. I don't think I need, like, Ponders. My experience, Eldrazi always opens like that. I'm half joking, but it does kind of feel that way. So the question becomes, do I want Oof for the One Ring? And if so, what is it better than? I think I don't want Oof for the One Ring because my goal is to just completely combo them. So I'm just going to run it like this. Yeah, I don't know what deck. I mean, maybe just like, Storm or something can be Doomsday. So Teferi is slow, but it's like, it's that or Ponder. And Teferi plussing also lets me do stuff on my opponent's turn as far as like casting like Green Suns or whatever. Or prevent, like I can combo safely without getting, dismembered. There's 3 dismembers in the sideboard. Yeah, I mean, Ponder might be right. For now, I'm going to run the Teferi. But if Teferi feels bad in these games, I'll keep an eye out for that. This hand... I'm not super sure about this hand, but I'm going to keep it. Devourer of Destiny, huh? Okay. So I'm going to hold up like I'm holding up a consigned memory and let my opponent fear it. Let's see, what do they leave behind with the Devourer of Destiny? It's the most telling thing about their hand. Left behind the Cradle, a Chalice, and a Fleshraker. So they probably have a Chalice already. That's what that means. Or they really needed a land. Firing off a Wasteland, I will Brainstorm. Cool, so I'll put away, air quotes, both forces. I'll redraw one of them. And then probably end step Surveil. Cavern on Eldrazi, good choice. Petal, yep. Still no colorless producing stuff. You know, I'm going to Brainstorm first, because if I draw a Prismatic Ending or something, I'm just going to want to Prismatic Ending that. Drew it to Fairy and a Nomads, so I am going to want to force this. I guess 1, 2, and I will pitch to Fairy. So in this spot, to Fairy and Ponder were equivalent. So I go Savannah, Nomad. I do have another land on top. Is this a Kozilek's command or something? It's an uncounterable Fleshraker. Deal. So I think I'm going to Brainstorm now because next turn I'm going to go off hard. Okay, so go 1, 2. Can play Nadu, so green, blue. And then we're going to do the thing. We Surveil. We don't want a green sun right now. Want land. Toxic green is funny. That's good. So now I will get a Trop. Play a Halfling. Backup Nadu. Noble. I've done all my stuff, I believe. Yeah, just checking. Okay, so now in response to whatever my opponent does, I'll start drawing a bunch more cards. Nope, I won't. Okay, I think actually on the draw, I want these Ponders. I need to set up to go fast. Well, I can't carpet work for soul lands. That's the real question. Okay, so on the draw again. This hand really has everything we could want, right? It's got a pair of nomads even. It's got a force. It's got a consign. We're keeping it. I'm not going to counter a chalice on one because I have this shaman and core. Balin's Tomb. Balin. Now, do I play the Arbor here? So that I can go turn 2 Shaman, turn 3 Nadu? I'm going to do that. Obviously, this opens up for like a K command for 0, but I'll like force that. I think. Force pitching consign. And then turn 2, I play Shaman. This is risky. This is a riskier line, but I'm on the draw. And so much of this deck, my opponent's deck, is based off of cast triggers that the force is, you know, really only best against stuff like Ultra. Yeah, I mean, holding consign is also a totally reasonable line there. So let's go blue-white. Play Nomad. Then turn 2, I'll play a Shaman. Or whatever. I'm off by a turn here. Turn cycle. My opponent is killing my stuff. My stuff is dying. So between Shaman and Soul Cauldron would be way better right now to have in hand. So that's just something that's interesting because it wouldn't open itself up to being removed on this turn. I'm going to get a tropical island. Play the Shaman. Pass the turn. Okay. What you got, opponent? Chalice on 1? Chalice on 1. Yep. And now something that costs 3? No. Not something that costs 3. Something that costs more than 3. 1 ring? 1 ring. They're already at 8 though. So yeah, they've got protection this turn, but that's fine. I was never getting through. Yep, 1-2 should not block the 2-2, or shouldn't. Okay, consign is good if I draw extra lands. So let's get the worst land right now, which I think is basic forest. Now basic plains is the worst one right now. So blue, green, 1, 2, 3. And we found a force already, that's great. Bristly Bill. Okay, so now we hit a bunch of non-lands. And I've done my 4 cards. I suppose I can attack. And should attack. Yeah. Just cut off their mana a little bit. And then in the upkeep here, I'll do this now because if they try to draw cards, they don't have protection anymore. Oh, they did. Yeah. Opponent fell for it because I fell. I tricked myself. I genuinely forgot they had protection. And so, like, the best way to sell a bluff is to genuinely believe it. Speaking of things I can't believe, I cannot believe that I have drawn 0 lands off these 8 triggers. But I do have 2 forces, so got that going for me. Okay, yeah. I'm going to counter that Fleshraker. Basically need to keep their board small. And then I'll counter the next thing. And that should be okay. Yeah, if I untap in decent shape, I just might be able to deal lethal because I have... They're on 7. This ring's putting them to 2 on 5. And so Bristly Bill plus land drop plus fetch is lethal. So the question is, do I force the pedal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. I have a feeling they have a Myco Spawn in hand. This is their way through it. I'm going to force the pedal. That's the read I have. Not if they get Gaia's Cradle off the Myco Spawn. Because then they can just keep comboing, I think. Just the way that they sequence that, I just feel like that pedal is really important. Yeah, they're almost out of cards, but I feel like it's... I don't know. It seemed important to me. They are streaming. I'm not going to see what they have going on, but you'll be able to find out. So then having to play an Ancient Tomb here, which means that they're on 2-turn clock on themselves. 6, 7. Null Drifter, okay. That's the best outcome for me, I think. Yeah, I mean, maybe that was wrong. But yeah, they are dead here, I believe. As long as I don't screw it up too badly. So Toxic Green could end their whole career, I believe, if I do it that way. Trying to figure out if I should just play Bill first. Bristly Bill Nye. I think so. Yeah, I think I do. So this is embarrassing. Yeah, that was pretty bad. As far as these things go, I would say this consign is great. Going to attack because they have to block the shaman as well because I can fetch and throw a counter on it. And that shuts them off of mana. Yeah. Like they should throw a spawn on here, yeah. Now I don't have to use it yet. One mana. Okay, so now I'm going to discard a few cards. I'll discard a Ponder, I'll discard a Green Sun, and Halfling. And now I'll do this whole thing again because if they tap the One Ring in response, they take 3 off this. These activations are not finding lands for me. That force is good. It's actually pretty funny, right? Like, I do play lands in this deck. I play 21 of them. There it is. Right on time. I do not need another Nadu. Okay, you're at 1. Tap the ring. I've got a force and I've got a consign. And I can replicate the consign to counter the thing I really want to counter. Yeah, that was pretty silly. I was not hitting there. Didn't matter. Got there anyway. But, you know, pretty silly. Cool, got the match. All right, 2-1. We are still alive. Defeated the Eldrazi Menace. Woohoo! Okay, so how do I report? Ruda went first. Ruda won game 1. I won game 2. Then Ruda went first in game 3, but I won game 3. Confirm. Yeah, I got Eldrazi'd hard in game 1, but we got there. Yeah, it was a kind of tough matchup. Mabson, but Stoneblade feels worse than that. against Eldrazi. Like, I feel so hopeless. Toxic Green was, I think, a bit too slow there, which does not bode well for the card. Yeah, it's kind of the stock Eldrazi list. So if I'm playing against Eldrazi, what we just faced is kind of what I expect to face. Whew. Yeah, it's quite a bit of mana, but I don't know. I'm optimistic. Okay, so let's look at these matches and see how they're going. When common, yeah, you can put lands on top with Brainstorm to hit. Yeah, -1 mana, 2 lands on top guarantees you 2 free land drops. That is true. However, there is a Chalice on 1 in play, so I couldn't do that this time around. Yeah, Toxic would have given them more mana, but it would have. Yeah, there was a Chalice in play, so I could not Brainstorm. And Toxic Green does lock out a lot of spells. I don't know. I do not know. That was good. It is a lot of fun, and it does combo Builder Burn, which I know you enjoy. Okay, yeah. I'm trying to get all my Nadu cards, my paper Nadu cards together here. Looking through my deck piles. This pile here is paper Necrodominance. Got all the Necrodominance stuff in this one, which is a fun little loner deck that I have. I mean, I like the deck Necrodominance. I think it's actually quite good, underrated. People are not playing that much turn 1 interaction because, like, Force of Vigor, because the artifact and enchantment decks play Vexing Bauble, and also I'm playing Vexing Bauble in Necrodominance. Force of Vigor is less good, so you have, like, basically only the counter magic to worry about, and then you can, like, pact or, run out of Vexing Bauble first or what have you. So here's my Necrodominance deck if we scroll down to it. I will not be going to Magic Con Chicago. I will be going to Eternal Weekend, though. So yeah, this is how I have Necrodominance built. I do think it's a very good list. If you want to play Necrodominance and turn 1 people, this is how I would do it. But the event we're playing today, we're playing Bant Nadu, which looks a lot more fair and looks like this. Trying to get all my cards in order. Bo, are you going to play in the Legacy Cup at Magic Con Chicago? Got this guy for Vintage. Yeah, exactly, J Ready. That's another reason why the Vexing Bubble is so good is because it Mindbreak Trap, you know, can ruin your day and what have you. So you just play out a Vexing Bubble first, and then like you can still besiege and get the tendrils, and then like the initial one gets countered, but it doesn't really matter. Let's see here. So what do we got? Got some mana base. Got one trap, one Misty. I'm not playing Verdant, so Verdant can go over here. Second Misty, second trap, Hedge Maze. Third trap is something I'm not playing. So third trap can go over here. Island. Don't need Verdant. Don't need Vista. Don't need Wasteland. My cards are so poorly organized right now. Win a duel. So you don't need Marsh Flats. Misty number 3. It's important. No Volks required. No Badlands required. Those go over here. Do not need my Tarns and this other Volk. Okay. So that's what I had out and about for deck brewing. I'm going to hit the safe real quick to get the rest of the cards. Now, unfortunately, a good amount of the cards are still in the mail, but we will make do. Snowcover lands are not MTG only. They are in a secret lair. But I just like the pixel art lands on Moto because, you know, Moto looks like this. And so I feel like it's the most fitting. These are my favorite, my lands that you'd like to use. Can I bring this all the way down to my mat here? Does that work? Can just build here while we pass the time. Working through the green cards. A lot of my green cards are still in the mail, so that's a potential issue. Once Upon a Time is a consideration, but not something I'm currently running. One Noble. Shifting Ceratops, if only. Yeah. Again, most of the green cards are still in the mail. Tarmogoyf, failed. Legolas's Quick Reflex is a pretty sick card, by the way. This card is super good, super underrated, but the power toughness of creatures in this deck is too low. So yeah, missing most of the green cards. Oh, the Veils are in the Necrodominance sideboard, I think. Yeah, here are the Veils. Not playing the Bayou. Macabres are here. At this point, I think I'm not doing Eternal Weekend. I'm not completely sure. By the way, this is all good with watching me build, right? Is that what you want to do, or you want it locked on my face still? I'm happy either way. I just thought this is more entertaining. There we go. Yeah, Nadu's been serving me really well, so I'm a fan of it. Also, before I get too lost in the sauce here, let me make sure I still have the pairings thing up. Okay, a lot of matches to still finish. Okay, now we're into the multicolor. Oko, Lavinia, Atraxa. Play set of Nadu's, never used. The entire Living End deck. New Border, Ruffle Strix, Minsk and Boost, Orange Ransom, Zealous Persecution. Ice Fang is a potentially fun tutor target, but I just don't think it's there. Yeah, I need to borrow or buy a Gadok till it appears. Yeah, Uro I think is a very fair card for the deck that you don't really want if you're comboing. I got my initiative creatures. Those are important, right? If I play mono white initiative. Terminus would have helped in that game one. Prismatic Ending, I think I have them out somewhere. Lingering Souls, Nomad. Nomad. Second Prismatic Ending. Triumph of St. Catherine, unfortunately does not belong in this deck. Shout out Monastery Mentor, oh yeah. So for thank you for doing this min-max thing. I got this from like Full Wrath XP Joe Dyer, or Min and I did, which is the Min and the Max, a Ministory Maxter. We both love that. Min and I both love that card. It's a good one. And okay, we're down to only one match remaining between Min wins and Twinless Twin. I don't think I'm playing any of the art colorless spells in this deck, right? I don't need to dig through these. I'm not. Show and Tell in a Nadu, I suppose. Days Undoing. I'm gonna need some of these cards for vintage, but not yet. It's not what I'm building right now. Okay, now Mock Sapphire, Ruby, Lotus, Pearl. Those seem good. Let's go with it. Time Walk. No, I'm just kidding. Then I do have the snow-covered lands. I could consider them. I already have an island out. Savannah, Caracas, my plains. Mentor Miracles was also among my favorite decks. Tundra. Where are the rest of my Tundras? Oh, they're in Stoneblade. That makes sense. Please restart MTGO and download the latest patch. Am I safe to do that? Or you'll see what I'm talking about here. One sec. Sorry, I screwed up my overlay with this camera thing. There we go. Let's go back to my face. All right, do we believe this? All right, take the plunge. Restart the client. Let's believe. Okay. How are we looking? Is Minwin's still playing? We are all through. Okay. So round 4 should be starting in just a minute. And we're doing pretty well here. Looks like it. Beep. Okay. We're doing okay on this download. Let's drink more water. Yeah, I also miss playing Mentor of Miracles if I haven't said that already. It brings much joy, that deck. Mentor Miracles. Favorite monocolored card for each color in the game? Ooh, good question. Black's got to be Doomsday. favorite blue card is probably Snapcaster Mage. And then, ooh, did Moto load? Let's see, favorite red card, Underworld Breach. Favorite mono white card, Sunforge Mystic. And what did I not do? White, blue, black, red, green I have not done. It's my favorite mono green card. It's a great question. I don't play that many mono green cards. But favorite, Sylvan Library? Sylvan Library. I like it when Sylvan Library is good. Oh my god, these cards are huge. Giant cards. Giant cards, oh my god. These cards are huge. Can't even make them smaller, it's as small as they get. The biggest cards in the world. I'll do this for your ability to see the deck now. Okay, announcements. Oh, just said download the latest patch. These cards are huge. Oh my god. Huge, huge cards. These are as small as it gets. It's really funny. Wonder how the game interface is going to look. The card's all going to be too giant. Wife and kids are back home. 1 second. I'm just going to check on them, make sure everything is good. While this round heats up. Yeah, because it has yet to start.
Well, the heaviest guy ever can't do much of anything.
Now when you hover over cards, the CADs. Cards are huge, huge, huge. Biggest cards I've ever seen. Okay, have we done round 4 yet? I need to try pre-modern. I mean, it's obviously, I think, a format I would enjoy. Oh, it's the Max mirror. Max versus Max. Max on max violence. Twinless Twins on Froginator. Twinless should make it, is my understanding. I'll hit him up on Discord. Oh, that's awesome that you're organizing those. Okay, cool. I see it. Twinless made it. Okay, so this hand. What do we think of this hand? I'm going to keep it off of You Can't Thoughtseize the top of the deck. Ooh, Wasteland Troll game? Okay. So, given the double white requirements here, I could go Misty, Fetch, Savannah, or I could just go Forest Noble and just not mess around with this Wasteland that's already in play. I think I'm going to do that. Forest, Noble. Yep, we know about the troll. Does it get reanimated now? It does, okay. So I'm going to brainstorm first, because I have a few cards I need to put away. I found a Force and a Nadu. So Force as the emergency pitch, and then I can get rid of this Trop. And then I can... Should I put away the planes so I can fetch for planes? But since I've already made that mistake, I think I just get the non-basic here. I get blue-white. Play nomads. And pass. So I do unfortunately get thought seized here. He can rip the force or rip the Nadu. Probably wants to rip the Nadu. This whole setup might have been a mistake. I could have just put the Nadu on top. But I was like ready to force an entomb, I guess. That was my thought there. And I do have a lot of virtual Nadus in the deck with the green Sun Zenith. The fact that he's thinking on this makes me think that he also has a force of will in his hand. And is debating on whether or not he can force back, like take the plow, hope I cast Nadu, let him force, and I don't have force back for it, or something like that. I think that's why this would be a long decision. Because otherwise it seems pretty straightforward. Okay, yeah, Nadu is taken. Yep. Troll comes in. Okay, nope. Second Wasteland. Troll comes in for 5. Ouch. I think I'm going to hold this Ponder for one more turn. The interface changed slightly on casting that plow. That was weird. Actually, no, I'm going to Ponder now. Hedge Maze, Prismatic Swords. I don't want that. Hey, there we go. And Noble is in there, or Nomad is in there. Psychic Frog is down. Okay, so I still have a Dryad Arbor in the deck. So I'm going to play the Heath first. Play this around Daze. He could Wasteland to Daze me, but oh, I didn't think about that, but I did get through it. Okay. So let me do one more hit, see if I can naturally draw land. I didn't. I will potentially use the Brainstorm in the land drawing way. Cool. It's a blue card. How did that resolve? I don't know. But it did. Oh my god. The biggest cards ever. Again, they're too big. Go back to be little cards where I can not be overwhelmed by your massiveness. Cards are too big. Okay, so I want to cut a couple forces. Let's say 3 for now. Cut Bill. Cut Pending. Personally, I want to cut Safekeeper just because it hurts too much. I could cut a Noble because I'm bringing in the carpets. And then I can keep Safekeeper. Safekeeper keeper. Maybe I'll try that for right now. These guys in, endurance in. We're still at 61. -1 Green Sun, but Green Sun finds like Curator and stuff. Could cut the Shaman. That seems acceptable. I think. Yeah, I guess so. This hand is quite nice. Keep. It's got a carpet, which is really the dream. Ponder, so I can go. I think basic forest carpet, so I don't get like dazed and blown out real hard. Cause I still have like halfling. Forest, carpet, and then second main. Yes, green halfling. Okay. Is this like a frog or something? It is like a frog or something. So I could add blue, ponder, hope to hit a land, and then cast an uncounterable Nadu. Yeah, I think I want to try hit a land here. Because if it goes to shit, I can still green sun. Hey, we hit. Okay. 1, 2, 3. No shuffle. And I think I'm going to get a basic island. And go green, Nadu. Okay. Nadu is in. And at the very least, is going to draw at least a card. I'm not going to block. I don't feel like having the discard 3 cards. Like if I had a plow in hand, I'd do it, but I don't. Okay, so he gets to take Force or Macabre, or Green Sun, I guess, or Ponder. He has 4 choices. I have narrowed that down, but they all seem reasonable in their own way. Like depending upon what his turn is. If he is going to go do something that I would need to force right now, he can just take Ponder and leave me with a stranded force. Although if he does that and I rip a blue card off of like the trigger from Nadu, then all of a sudden I'm in way better shape. He's thinking hard on the Thoughtseize. Took the Ponder, so he's going to do something that I would want to force now. another frog. So did I keep... I kept the 1 drop in there. Okay. Yes. I'm going to add double white. White, white. I can do white, white, blue. I can even leave open a white. So 1, 2, 3. Bounce a frog. Whew. Just like we drew it up. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Yep. Got more frogs. Where that came from? Well aware. Okay. Drew brainstorm. I think I'm going to say yes and add double blue. Plus Teferi before I forget. Then I'm going to brainstorm. And I can green sun if needed. To shuffle or whatever. Can now do extra green sunning. So could play a land for turn. So I don't have an extra blue card for this forest. I'll put it away. I'll put the halfling away too. And then I can green sun for 2. Yeah. Then I can get the keen-eyed curator. I could get a safekeeper and start sacking my lands, but I also have instant speed safekeeper right now. So I'm just going to let this one go. Yeah. And I can do instant speed safekeeper shenanigans. It's a couple of them if I need to. Not sure I'm running this right, but I think it's okay to let him draw cards. Not too terrified of that. Troll in the yard does not matter. I can just eat it with the curator. Now he's leaping the frog. So now do I make him discard a bunch of cards just to stay afloat? Not yet. Should have to discard 3 cards to kill this. Go down to 2 in hand. I'd have a backup. I don't know. This is kind of tight. You know what? I'll block. I'm blocking this one. Yep. Let's make it happen. Okay, force. See, yeah, those are not great. Yep. One, two. Bowmaster is totally fine. Teferi down to 1. Acknowledged. So I'll eat this troll now. You can exile 3 cards to prevent it from working. He did. I'll eat this Force of Will. Same thing. Okay. That one worked. So I can do an X equals. I want to just do an instant speed Nadu actually to throw him off the scent here. So I'll go yes. I'll add a bunch of green. I'll do land, creature, sorcery. And then plus Teferi. And attack. Yeah, he's on a really short clock now. John, I'm close to doing that. I'm really close. That would be styling real hard. Okay, so I also have at my disposal a green sun for endurance. Who won the roll to win this? Okay. Macabre beats are not real and they can't hurt me. Take that back. Macabre. So I think what I do is I block here. Then I green sun for 3. Get a Nadu. Yeah. So we lose the halfling, but now we have a Nadu. And Teferi's alive. Two mana. Petty theft. Well, it does trigger Nadu. I don't think we need another Nadu. Okay, now plow is nice. I'll say Yes. I'll add white. Let's get rid of Mr. Frog. Let's plus to fairy. Let's go 1/2 for the curator. I'll eat your instant. Okay, he's had enough. Cool, we got there pretty convincingly. Very cool. Let's report. We played 2 games. Twinless went first. I won. Twinless went first. I won. Confirm. Results entered successfully. You love to see it. We are now 3-1. Yeah, I think that it's a pretty tight matchup. I don't think it's like super favored either direction, but those games we definitely lined up in our favor. One sec here. I'm gonna probably pop downstairs real quick and grab a bite to eat in a minute. Okay, one sec. How we doing? Yep. Doing well. I'm gonna add a little be right back thingy. Hello, I'm back. How are we doing on this tournament? What's up, what's up? One more round. Tagoras versus Mr. Lee. What's up, what's up? Almost done, huh? Just Tagoras versus Mr. Lee, and then we're good to go. Gonna refill my water. Okay, now we are back. And how's this last round going? Do you want to see the coolest thing ever? This list just won the Bizarre Boxes Brewers Cup. 2-5, so it didn't crush. But as far as coolest deck goes, this deck is basically, so it's playing Leyline Axe from the new set. And then you can transmute it with like double blue and get a Belcher. Boom. We're still going. Okay. Yeah, Force of Will is getting more and more accessible. The blue bolt lands, the MDFCs, are really huge for that. Here's what we're playing today, by the way. With huge magic cards. I cannot get over how big cards are on this on the new client, or the updated client. It's as small as they get. Come on. I'm getting impatient. I want to play. Come on, Tugaris. Do it. Finish it up. Oops. That was the wrong button. Yes. Frank, did you ever do the thing where you have Macabre in play and then you play the Cavern Harpy to bounce Macabre back to hand and then discard it to exile? You play Lure and they play Exhume. Oh, that's not going to go well. All in all, this deck configuration is treating me quite well today. I think the biggest consideration would be Gaddock Teague versus Toxicrane. Or the Fairy Macabre slot. Like Fairy Macabre. Yeah, Harpy back for the second exam, yeah. For extra value. Allurn is a great deck. How much are Allurns these days? One of my friends has a set. Okay, moderately played is like 25. They went way down, huh? Oh, Phyrexian Dreadnought's like spiked like crazy. They're on the hot buy list in Vegas, and I sold my set for like 135 each. No, they're back. But someone like cleaned out TCG Player. And now they're back in at like 120. Nadu does kind of feel like Allurn. Like, yeah, same vibes. I definitely agree. Keep on hitting refresh from the browser window, and that's not what I mean to do. But Tagoras won, so the next round's about to start. It's exciting. As soon as round 5 is up, we're ready to go. Don't do that, Uber. That's, or Max, whatever. That's mean. Nice cards. Shame if you don't have them anymore. Want to draw your deck? How about we draw from an empty deck? Okay, let's see what the next round is. They're typing up the feature matches. Oh, I'm against Tagoras. It's a Nadu mirror. Okay, we're doing it. I don't know if it's an official Wizards one. This is the first time I've used it. No advice in game. So his Nadu deck for today is similar to mine in a lot of ways. Like he did a 3-1 split of Halfling Hierarch, kind of like I did. He's playing 4 Ponders, 1 Prismatic Ending. He's also playing a Consigned to Memory in the main deck. What he cut to fit that? I don't know. 61 min? Yeah, that's true, and I've also been doing my best to disregard, but I think it is an official rule today. But so I don't want anything like iffy to show up, you know. Just trying to keep it clean. Hey Eugene, yeah, I'm doing well. How are you? Three one in this event, playing for money. If I 4-1, like if I win this one against Tagoras, which is tough, but you know, can do it. Then if I go 5-1, I get like $750 or something, and if I lose it, I get like 50 chests and other cool stuff. So either way, I'm like pretty happy with that. And yeah, just gotta win this one, otherwise I'm out. Okay, lost the roll. That's not ideal. Hello. What's up?
So this, like, I'm trying to get this to here,
Okay.
and I accidentally did something.
Okay. Okay. I know you. Yeah, you can't push it. So I can't. Unfortunately, just with this thing starting, I can't help you with this right now. I'm really sorry. If mommy can, great. But I can't do it right now. Akash, if you're gonna be sad about the switch, we need to do it again, and we need to try again later. Seems like you're getting really upset. I know you're close to Moltres, and that's really good.
I already got Moltres.
Akash, it's okay. It's okay. Just why don't you pause, like turn it off, watch a movie or something. I know you're feeling upset. It'll be okay. Sweetie, it'll be okay. Sweetie.
But I already got Moltres.
I know, Sweetie, it'll be okay. I'm gonna charge this for a little bit, okay? Why don't you go play with something that's not making you feel sad, okay? Okay, I am going to keep this hand. It's got duplicate Nadus. I just need to find a A nomad? I will force a halfling. Not about forcing a halfling. So this turn I'll hedge maze surveil. Next turn I'll ponder. Ooh, brainstorm. Great. Okay. This is looking good. Tuaris is brainstorming, looking for lands, I would presume. We'll find out. Okay, did not get a shuffle. Did find another halfling. So now I'm going to ponder. I'm going to look for a plow or a prismatic ending. Found a plow. Then I'll play out a savannah. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's he's playing Pokemon Let's Go Eevee, and he's doing really well with it. But you know, because it's a tough game, and he's only 6, so there's like spots where he'll get really frustrated and just like basically just like not be having fun anymore. And so I'm trying to help him remember that games are supposed to be fun, and that if you're not having fun, then you probably need to approach it differently. So I could just play out this Nadu here, and if it gets hit, then I'd at least draw a card, or I could brainstorm and try to sculpt my hand a bit. Brainstorm, ponder, like hold up removal. Let's go with that. I feel like cool. So Safekeeper isn't a good one. Put away a duplicate Nadu. I can fetch a Trop. Fetch a Savannah. Then I can ponder here, try to look for a Force of Will or a Nomad. Found a Halfling. That's pretty good. One, two, three. No shuffle. So now I can play out the Halfling, and the next turn I can have an uncounterable Nadu. Okay. Green Sun for Nadu. Green Sun for Nadu. Yep. So I'll play a Nomad first. See if it gets forced. It might. It does. So now I think I brainstorm in response to try to find an answer. Like either my own force but I know my next 2 cards. And that's actually really inefficient that way. I think instead I'm going to let that go. Play out this Nadu. And then next turn, if I get this like plowed or whatever, Next turn, I can Safekeeper. So now Rodrigo's pondering, looking for a nomad. We hope he shuffles. He chose not to shuffle. He might also have found removal for my Nadu. He found removal for the Nadu. Okay, so I draw Nadu, which I knew about. And he found a nomad. Okay, well. Now I'm in some degree of trouble. I'm just going to F6 the turn. Safekeeper down. That's a good ponder, huh? Yep. Yeah, I'm in trouble now. Yeah, he's hitting too balanced of a mix of lands and spells. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit RNG, but, you know. We sequenced as we do. I'm a turn behind, or half turn behind, because I lost the roll. This is how things go sometimes. Okay. Now, this is getting prismatically ended. Nadu's coming in. And now he has a billion draws on my turn as well. So I've got to start with a brainstorm. This is not going to cut it. I'm just going to concede the game. Just for time's sake, basically. I think Keen-Eyed Curator doesn't do much in the matchup. Maybe their Veil is better. Just as like a counter and anti-counters. Endurance also has some text, maybe, like a recycling, but I think Veil is probably better. Carpet's like ish, okay-ish. Pretty bad on the play because you can just fetch non-islands. I think I just make that one change. I'm holding on to the switch for right now so he can do other stuff. Yeah, on the play versus draw was like, I think, a pretty big player, if you will. What's Rodrigo's sideboard? His sideboard has 2 Path to Exiles as relevant cards. He's probably going to bring in. Yeah, just DM me, or just after the game. What do you think of Path? I don't think I've given it enough consideration. Like, it just feels bad to Path, in my opinion, but I could be like, wrong. Okay, this hand, I'm going to keep it. I'm going to go Green Suns for 0 and kind of use that to accelerate. And then I can play a Safekeeper on 2. And then Green Sun for Nadu on 3. So Tropical Island, Green Sun for 0. Going to start with the Brainstorm. Found a Halfling. That's pretty good. Ponder is my blue card. Put away 1 land. Put Safekeeper on or I could go put away the Plow. Or I could put away Force just because I have a Halfling now. A Force and a land. And then I can play a Safekeeper, then get a Tundra and get a, or not a Tundra, a Savannah and play Halfling. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I need to review game 1 more as well. Path the Safekeeper. Okay. I'll get blue. Okay. What's happening now? Losing the Halfling? Yep. Not delighted about that. I think, do I Ponder first and then Green Sun? Probably. Because Teferi and Shaman Encore are both fantastic. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That wouldn't quite cover it. One. Two, 3, no shuffle, play land, play Teferi. I'm going to minus on nothing to draw the Shaman. Okay, well, no longer able to minus on nothing to draw the Shaman. But I did manage to at least clear that. Okay, so what's Nomad? Yeah. So I plow the nomad first. And then I'll get basic white. Green suns for 3. Get a Nadu now. And next turn I can shaman and start going off. And this way, if I get removed, I draw a card. Yeah, green sun is in the bin. Not sufficient right now. Is this a green sun for 3 for his own Nadu? It might be. It is. Oh, well, that's cheaper, so we'll go that way. Cool. He also conceded to the activation to save time. So now on the draw, I think I want to break serve as much as possible on mana. So I want a carpet. At least 1, maybe 2. I could put a carpet in over basic plains. I like that. All right, thanks, Max. Take it easy. Yeah, I will sideboard like this for game 3. This hand has no lands. Mulligan. This hand is fine. I keep it. I'm gonna get rid of Teferi, I guess. Yeah, okay. Noble. Okay, I think I'm going to do my own noble. And then, yeah. That's how we do it. This is a Nadu. I think I force pitch Ponder. That happened fast. I think I still use this turn to play my own Nadu, though. Okay. We're not doing it. Hopefully it doesn't have like backup Nadu. But I don't, yeah, I mean, putting these things in the universe would be sad. Okay. So now I think I will prismatically end the noble. I'll attack. And then I'll fetch a surveil on my opponent's end step. Yeah. This is the way. Put a card on top. This is Safekeeper into Nadu? No, just Safekeeper. Okay, I need good stuff. Let's go. Archive. Green Sun is good. So I can do Green Sun for 2 and get Bristly Bill. I think that's what I'm going to do. Okay, now my Nadu gets plowed. So I can still get Bristly Bill. I can play the land. Target the bill. Plow the Safekeeper now just to deny him land. Then pass the turn. Now he's surveilling more. Let's hope it's a bin. Yeah, bin to force. What's he got? Land. More land. Halfling, yeah. Who's our favorite citizen? So carpet, I'm actually gonna skip right now because I want to double my counters instead. Right, that, yeah, 5 mana. See, I'll just attack. Gives the ability. This is an iffy game. It's the Nadu. Green Sun for 3. Has to be. Yeah. It is indeed a top deck battle that it looks like he is ahead in. Drew a halfling. I need like not hit lands. Okay, he hit a land. That's rough. Hit a Green Sun. Yeah, I guess opposition agent would be really good in the mirror. Ooh, that was a good hit. More land. Now I can greensend for 2. With the Bristly Bill. He has played a land already. They can keep targeting, yeah. Okay. He's throwing his lands. Okay, drew a force. Yep, not blocking, may as well attack. So this is a lethal attacker in my Bristlyville. But he doesn't have to know that just yet. So I attack first. Probably blocks with Halfling. If he blocks with Halfling, then I just don't activate. Yeah. Now I can play out the Nomad. And no point using the carpet now because like there's no lands in play. Or if he goes off big time, is it worth it? Yeah, let's play it. Why not? Whatever. Whatever. Okay. So, whew, sorry for being silent. This is just this is really stressful. Yep, Nadu is attacking. Plow and Bill. Yep. Okay. Well, I know he has a backup Nadu is the problem. So if I just attack with Nomad's Encore. So he blocks. Doesn't block. The problem is I know we can force this plow, so at the very worst case, it just gives him a trigger. So I don't want to do it yet. Now I might do it. Oh, I guess I hit the bill. Jeez, what do I do? Oh my god, I gave him a nomad. Okay, well, now we're in trouble. That's the thing. No, okay, now he has to fetch. Oh no, he gets nomad anyway. Oy. Well, I die now. That's really rough. Yeah, I get a shroud. Yeah. I'm dead now, I guess. Probably. You could just whiff on lands for a while. Nope, there's a land. That's painful. Okay, well. Yeah, it is game over, I believe. Well, it's a little sad to not prize. I tried hard in this event. A lot of money on the line for the next couple wins, but we did not get there. But we'll get to try again. This has been a fun event. No, it's okay, John. This is how these things go sometimes. Thank you. I think the list looked pretty good too. Shaman was solid. I think Soul Cauldron's probably better. Play Safekeeper. I'm dead here, but you know, it's just the problem is, so if Halfling blocks, it's a 2/3 because it can fetch and target. So I can't attack. Nadu's a lethal air attacker. Yeah, Shaman was solid. But yeah, this is just not to be. Cool. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing this kind of like Showdown stream whenever I'm able to sign up and am invited. There we go. But yeah, most of the content will still be recorded, but this was fun. Obviously, it's like a bit harder on like me during the day and like scheduling and parenting and stuff, but I played well. I'm a little disappointed. Awesome, yeah. I'll see you there, Eugene. I am going to be playing that event tomorrow, the Onzid Legacy Showdown. Peace out. I'm just going to let Tagoras beat me because why not? Okay, so I am defeated, which is a little sad, but you know, again, like who had thoughts about game one? Frank, do you want to share the game one thoughts now that the match is over? Could probably pop into a replay if you're still around. Let's see if game one was winnable. Let's see if we can learn something. Okay, so he opens on halfling. So I forced it because otherwise, what am I forcing? I guess I could force the nomad. That'd be the way to do it. But if Teferi comes down, then it's all for naught. The second halfling really made that bad, but then I can plow this halfling. I'm just trying to like slow mana development down so that I can get this Nadu in and then combo through. Maybe that first force is bad. Okay, so Safekeeper in. Ponder found a halfling and a nomad. Yeah, I like this order of event or sequencing. Green Sun for Nadu. And then he forces my nomad, which is really maybe what I should have done. Yeah, maybe I should have just let that halfling resolve way back and then saved the force for this incoming nomad. He'd be up a halfling, but wouldn't beat me. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so saving that force for the halfling, I think, might have been a very different game. Well, kind of expensive lesson, but you know, we learn. We learn, we grow. Cool. I have had a lot of fun streaming today. I hope you all enjoyed it. Yeah, GSC or Nomad would be the force. Yeah, I think you're right, Frank. I appreciate your input there. And yeah, I think, especially watching it back, in the moment I was scared of Teferi. Like, I was scared of Nomad Teferi, or sorry, Halfling Teferi, maybe a little bit too much, since you said there's only, as you said, there's only two. Yeah, I do think I'll still play this Eternal Weekend. I went 3-2 today, and I'm probably going to play it in the Onzid Showdown tomorrow as well. If like things start falling apart, then I'll probably pivot. But for now, I like the deck quite a bit, and I think I just need to do some slight fine-tuning. I think the things I'm going to try right now are cutting a Toxic Green and playing a Gaddock Teague. Mr. Teege. And then cutting the Shaman for Soul Cauldron. Like that. I think this is probably what I'm going to run with moving forward. Or for at least my next... I actually... Oh, the third fairy, that's right. I was going to cut it. Oh, for the Teague, right? No, for the Deafening Silence. That's right. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Okay, there we go. This seems cool. This is what I'm going to try for my next next go around, especially since I have the main deck Soul Cauldron. I think I can afford to cut like a piece of Graveyard Hate. So yeah, really cool. I will see you all next time. I will be, I think, recording the Onzid Showdown tomorrow, so when that finishes, it should be up probably late Sunday or like Monday during the day. Thanks, Bryce. GG's. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how we did, and obviously a bit disappointed about the lack of like falling a little bit short in pricing. Thoughts against the Black Reanimator? I mean, I think the deck is very good. I think it's attackable. Yeah. Yeah, Frank, I agree. I sent that force at the wrong target. And Rodrigo didn't. He saved it for my Nomad. So really, as far as the way that games break, if the person who played better won, that's great. Like, I mean, we play Magic, and oftentimes, like, luck has a lot to do with how a game breaks out. But I think in these games, Rodrigo played better than I did. And so he got there. Cool. So, yep, I'm out, but had a great time. And yeah, I'm going to record that event tomorrow and upload it to YouTube. So it won't be live, unfortunately. I won't get to chat with you during, but you'll get a nice focused video where I'm jumping around a little bit less. So I'll see you all soon. Bye bye.